Hello, everyone. It's Yogi here. I hope you're well and happy Wednesday. Yes, today is Wednesday again. It didn't feel like that long ago before, the last time I worked on the dimension pattern, our dimension solve. And here we are again. Wonderful. So today, yes, Wednesday is our dimensions solve day. Okay. And I'm back with Maggie. One of my favorite projects, and Yogi, Maggie, not Yogi, Maggie the Messmaker, and guys, if you haven't got the dimensions kit, where have you been? Okay, and have a look at this. And this is what I'm stitching today. Okay, if you haven't seen it already, this is Maggie the Messmaker, Maggie being the little cat in the middle. And by little, it's not so little. It's a giant cat lying on the table there. Well, it's on the sewing machine, the old-fashioned Singer sewing machine. And yes, it's a big cat. Big cat. Maggie is a big girl. And yes, leisurely lounging on the sewing machine there. And it's a craft room. It's a beautiful craft room, and all the goodies on the sewing machine, on the shelves, and it's such a fun pattern here. So this piece has been following me. If you know the story, it's been following me for close to 10 years, and this is the third time I'm stitching this piece, and hopefully I'm optimistic this time I'm going to finish it at some point. Okay, no rush. And yes, this is from the Gold collection, Dimensions Gold collections, and it's by an artist called it's Charlie. So I should know by now, Charles Wysocki, and I've got this pattern and one other pattern with Max the cat. Both of them are from the same artist, and he's got a few other patterns via dimensions, and I absolutely adore this piece. And let me just show you. So this is not a massive piece, but it's full coverage, close, maybe 98% coverage piece. And let me just show you the dimensions here. So it's slightly smaller than my regular Heaven and Earth project. So it's 252 stitches by 216. So roughly 250 by 200-ish. And it's not massive, but it's quite intricate. It's a combination of different type of stitches. It's got full crosses, it's got 10 stitches, and various other embroidery stitches. So let me show you my progress here. I'm very close to 6%, guys, and it's wonderful. And it's not a massive piece, but 6% is no small feat in my case. And I want to draw your attention to the left side panel. Okay, look at all these stitches. French knot, back stitch, long stitch, half stitches, full cross, and I think there's is it crouching or cording, something like that. There's one more, and so. Variation of different embroidery techniques to create this piece. Okay, and so it's very unique. And in terms of colors, 44 solid colors plus 13 blend colors. So this piece is stitched with 2 strands and 2 to 3 strands, depends on the stitches, and they're 13 blend colors. So it's very interesting. It's you really need to pay attention when you stitch this piece. And today I'm gonna remember to what is my, oh dear, I don't know what's happening to my let me just reset my view here. I don't know why it's upside down. The keyboard just decided to go upside down here. Let me just reset my app here. It's going a little bit funny. So I'm gonna go to this view here. Okay, oh, that's better. Let me show you. I don't know what's going on. And so I'm going to just leave it at a default, and this is going to create a counter for all the stitches I'm going to stitch today. At the end of every stream, I share a number with you. Okay, so you're going to find out how many stitches I'm going to be doing today. So first of all, let me switch back. I want to say hello to all of you. I know I saw you yesterday, but every day is a new day. And so great to have you here with me. And hello, everyone. And we have Sarah. Sarah, oh, today is more like a lovely wishes, like a prayer for the chat. Okay, Sarah says, may the sun always shine on you and surround you with love. That's lovely. The sun is always there, isn't it? Even when it's snowing, when it's raining, when there's, tornado, the sun is always there. It just sometimes we can't see it. But have faith, the sun is always shining on you. Thank you, Sarah. And Rajao as well says, hello, everyone. Happy Stitching Wednesday. And the whole chat is appreciating Sarah's daily quote here. And we also have Badell as well. Badell says, hello, welcome back. And Clover Stitcher, hello, haven't seen you for a little bit. Welcome back. And we also have Daria as well. Oh, Daria has been shopping. Daria says, good morning, Yogi and Stitchy friends. I was enabled yesterday. Purchase Delightful Evening by Carla Gerard. Oh, how nice. Yes, Stitch is so beautiful. Guys, yesterday, if you weren't here, where were you, first of all? And also, we are going to do a marathon, okay? We're going to do a marathon in May. And we're going to do a Stitch is So Beautiful themed marathon. If you have just found the channel not very long ago, you probably haven't participated in a marathon with us. Okay, it's a live event. Okay, live event. We stitch from 10 hours onwards. We probably need to break records this time. For New Year, a marathon, cross over to 2026. We did 11 hours. I ask you, and it's archived on the playlist. So look up the marathon playlist if you want to know what it's like, and you can join us. In May. It's less than a month away. I'm thinking mid-May, and we can talk about that a little bit. And we're going to do a Stitch is So Beautiful, so themed marathon. So Daria is coming prepared. Yes. Guys, get ready, okay? And Susan is here as well. Hello. And Linda Diamonds. And who else have we got? Scantist, who changed the name for Yogi. Thank you so much. And it's much easier now. And Heather House as well. Welcome. And Busy Mom is reporting from Work Club. Hello, Busy Mom. And Chelsea Summers is here as well. And our lovely Gayla is here as well. So it's good day and good day to you, Gayla. And Clara, hello, Clara. And Tracy is here as well. And Mandy Moran. And who else have we got? Our lovely Dragon Lady as well, right here on time. And Laura is here in the chat as well, waving with both hands. Lovely. Sometimes people wave with one. Some people wave with two. And who else have we got? Let's just scroll down a little bit more. Isabel, hello. And Michelle Fuller is here as well. Lovely Michelle. And who else have we got? Suzanne is here as well, right on time. And Love Drunk. Oh, wonderful. And Tommy Creates is here as well. How good to see you. And thank you for joining me today. And today I have great news. I got a cable. I got an Ethernet cable. So fingers crossed, if we go down again today, that's it. I've done my best. But I got a cable, and thanks to Amazon, it was delivered very quickly. Today I got it, just before the stream, and I got it plugged in. So hopefully everything's nice and stable today. Let's see how it goes. Otherwise, I'm going to write a complaint letter to my broadband, provider there. And so fingers crossed, okay? So yes, so this piece is from Dimensions, of course, and Dimensions is such a wonderful, it's got a special place in my heart. I think I say, I learned everything about cross stitch from their instructions. And so this piece I'm stitching on 18 counts. 18 counts fabric. So this fabric, I actually got it myself. So this kit, I have bought twice already in my life. So third time, I decided to kit it out myself. So I'm very lucky. Now I have a PDF to work with, which is a very different stitching experience. And also this piece of fabric, I got it for myself, by myself. This is a beige color, DMC Ada, and it's really lovely to stitch, and it's got sort of, you know, light sandy tone to it. I don't know whether you can see it. If you buy the original kit, it comes with slightly darker Ada as well, but it kind of doesn't matter because this piece is pretty much fully covered other than the wallpaper, at the back. So this is the view without the back stitches. So it looks a little bit different, okay? But at the back, can you see this is wallpaper on the left and to the right, the wallpaper on the right. These are the only two areas that's not covered. So the fabric, the color of the fabric comes through. So in a way you can play with the fabric color. You can change the color of your wallpaper. So for me, for my version, my wallpaper will be slightly lighter. Okay. So last week, if I remember correctly, the last few sessions, I've been working on this drawer here. And it's quite intricate. It's got a lot of blend colors and really fun to work with. And also a lot of 10 stitches, you can probably see. So this piece has got a combination of cross stitch and 10 stitches on the base level. And on top, there are various embroidery stitches. Okay, so my plan today is pretty much following what I've been doing in a previous couple of sessions. I'm going to do a little bit, work on this sewing machine a little bit, just do, because it's got a lot of solid black. And so I do a little bit at a time. And as you can see, it's going really well. It's almost completed. It's got a little bit at the bottom. And, you know, it's almost done. And then I'm going to come back and I would like to move forward a little bit more of this drawer. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. And it's not, there's a little doggy on the right here as well. I can't wait to get to. It's so fun to stitch on the third time, you know. And every time the experience is different. And this time is definitely special. I'm stitching with you. So here we go. Let me bring out my work mode. And with this piece, as I said, I kitted this piece myself, so I'm using my master set of DMC, and so I'm stitching with DMC. If you're stitching with the original kit, then you will be stitching with Dimension's own brand thread. All right then, so I am going to start. It's spooky bingo time, guys. So I'm gonna do a little bit of a 310 here. Okay, it's a 310 and a couple of other darker colors. I'm gonna move slightly, you know, get this sewing machine forward a little bit, and it's looking good. It's looking very good. So let me have a look. I'm pretty sure this is a 310, and indeed it is. And look at how many stitches I've got here. So I'm going to start with a good old-fashioned 310 to warm up these little hands. So I'm going to take 2 strands. So my DMCs are cut a little bit shorter, so for single strand stitching. So I'm not able to fold it in half. That would be too short. So I am going to just take 2 strands. And let's get started. I hope you're ready for a spot of stitching, and I love to know what you're working on today. I know, you know, quite a lot of you probably working on Maggie as well, and Dimensions Kit. And if you're not, do not worry. We have side door, back door. We have cat flap, dog flap, dog. Is it dog flap? And you know, all sort of entry, you know, opening for you. Okay, so you can come through, just join us and tell us about the project that you're working on. So I'm going to start here and start to warm up my little hands, and I am ready. And the internet is looking good so far. I'm not getting weird signals. Hopefully it's all good on your end as well. I mean, it's taken me, over a year to think about maybe I need to get a cable to physically connect it to my to my router, because we've been quite lucky, to be honest with you. There are few occasions that we have to kind of restart streams, but not very often, right? But recently it's kind of happened a few times. I'm just thinking, well, maybe it's time to try, to add a little bit more security for the connection. So instead of streaming over Wi-Fi, I'm having the cable firmly connected. So hopefully it's going to stabilize everything. And Susan is having spooky bingo. Wonderful. Yes, and Lynn has joined us as well. Says hi, Yogi and fellow Stitchers, and also a lot to Cynthia. Yes, Cynthia, I hope you're coming back to join us very soon. And Lynn is reporting on her mint sauce. Okay, she says, I took my mint sauce out of dinner with my partner, was not happy. Why not? Probably because Lynn is having all the mint sauce by herself and not sharing with the partner. Share a little bit of mint sauce love with the partner, okay? It's okay. Just get another jar. Maybe get his and hers. Like in my occasion, I have chocolate. That's his and hers. So Mr. Yogi is not stealing my chocolate, okay? That's one solution. Yes. And mint sauce is one of Lynn's favorite foods, along with cheese straws and cheese and crackers. It's all cheese themes going on here. And we also have Ellen as well. Ellen says, hi, Yogi. I bought a kit. I was going to start in February. Then one of my cats was very sick, was hospitalized. Oh my goodness. And the vet really thought he wouldn't make it, so I didn't start, not to jinx it. I'm sure the little one is going to be just fine, and I hope the kitty is recovering. I know it's very worrying, having cats. Most of my adult life, I know what it's like when little kitties that you're looking after and you love are not very well. I totally understand. But now is a good time, isn't it? And I just, notice how big Maggie really is, if you think about it. Proportionally, it's a giant cat. And so, yes, join us. It's a beautiful, beautiful kit. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. And we also have Susan says, hopefully I won't be blamed for Yogi for getting the sprint. I know yesterday, Susan, I just want to gently remind you, it's your job, okay? Do your job. Yesterday, I forgot to set the timer. So when I did a big review, and at the end, I count to 3, 2, 1, and then nothing. Oh, dear, oh, dear. And I personally blame Susan for everything. And Susan's working on Frederick, the literate. That's really, really going really well as well, isn't it, Susan? But Susan is so patient. Susan is not going to do backstitching until the whole thing's finished. I cannot wait. I just want to do backstitching as I go, like these ones, Mandy says working on Nightmare Before Christmas. Oh, yes. That is a combo themed, isn't it? Halloween and Christmas at the same time. And who knows, we can do a Christmas for July for a laugh, right? Why not? Why celebrate Christmas once when you can celebrate it twice? Amanda says, hey, I'm on the last 20, 100, not 20, the last 200 stitches of the stamp Christmas sampler. Wonderful. Amanda, do you think you can make it during the stream? We will celebrate, okay? Clara says, I'm on a Hey Sao. Yes. Clara is working on this piece as well on you. But today, Clara is not working on Maggie. But catching up with a bit of homework with the Hey Sao. Susan. Yes. And this piece of fabric is so soft as well. It's like stitching tofu. Stitching butter or stitching tofu. It's really, really nice. Scantist saying, working on this cute crow pattern. Slow going, but I can see some branches. How lovely. Cute crow. Is that the one, is that the free pattern from the lovely lady? Is it Clara? No, not Clara. Louise from the Stamp Kit Club. So many names. My brain is fried. Utterly fried. So today I had to cover a couple of extra classes. So, you know, if my voice is a little bit huskier than usual, you know why. And tomorrow I'm starting, you know, on Fridays, you guys know already, I teach evening classes as well. But I have 3 extra classes tomorrow. They're going to be regular classes, triple classes. So Fridays are going to be my marathon day in terms as far as teaching goes. Dragon Lady says, asking for forgiveness, Yogi. I'm stitching out my thread on House Moving Castle, and then to set up Maggie. Oh, do not apologize. It's Maggie can wait. You were stitching Maggie anyway, aren't you? But yes. So Dragon Lady is working on something else for now. Hush, hush. I won't judge. Hey, Lefty Gemini says hello to the chat. Oh, good question. Dragon Lady, firm or soft tofu? In this case, it's more like soft tofu. So clearly, you know, Dragon Lady is well versed in a tofu arena, just like Yogi. I love tofu. Hopefully I've got enough to come back. It's a challenge. And Ellen says, wasn't a date night with Mr. Yogi on Friday? Well, it kind of evolved that way. So what happens on Friday originally, the reason I'm kind of taking day off from stream was that I teach evening classes anyway. And when I come back and, you know, it's kind of late. In the past, I have stream after I teach evening classes on Mondays, for instance, and also on Fridays. I'm pretty sure I've done that as well. And we start the streams very close to midnight, like 11 or 11:30 UK time. And it turned out just to be a little bit too much. And also on Fridays, Mr. Yogi is kind of requesting a little bit of home time, you know, just having like, you know, either going out to eat or cooking at home, etc. Just do some normal things that normal people do. And so it kind of evolved. Yes, I teach in the evening on Fridays still, but you know, when I come back, there's a little bit of home time with Mr. Yogi as well. So, but he teaches evening classes as well during the week, so it's not like it's just me, you know. But I've got 3 new classes on Friday morning, which is very nice. I was covering for someone, for a teacher, and the members kind of really enjoy my classes. So the studio decided to give me the classes, which makes me. I hope the original teacher wasn't sort of upset or anything. I think I'm not sure about what circumstances it's happened. You know what situation the original teachers is right now, but they just decided to give the triple class classes to me. And you know, I don't know, probably depends on who you ask. If you ask any teacher what would be kind of the best situation in terms of, you know, the classes you have, I think majority of the teachers will like classes to be back to back. It's not unusual to have 2 classes together. I've got quite a few classes are 2 classes back to back, but not many places you work you get triple class, which is really, really nice. So I'm very lucky to get that one as well. So quite a lot of classes on Fridays. Okay, oh, I made it, yes. With a thread. I'm going to end it here. I might do one more actually. I'm going to take 2 more strands for 310, just do a little bit more with this sewing machine. And Clover Stitcher says, I'm doing glistening wings. Yes, the dragonflies from Hate, isn't it? What? 99.37. It's almost finished. 9.9. So how many stitches have you got left? My goodness. Are we talking about a live finish on Yogi's stream? Yes, please. Right, I'm going to take 2 more pieces. Hello, Dolly. Dolly just appeared behind me. Strangely early. But I know as soon as I walk over to her, she's going to run away. It has been a pattern. Okay, Dolly, you just lie over there. She's belly up already. But I'm not going to disturb her. She's going to just leave the room again. Okay, I'm taking 2 more pieces here. That's practically finished, isn't it? Less than 1%. And Clover says 500. 500. So I'm not sure I'll finish by end of the stream. Well, give it a go. Yes, I think 500 is quite a lot actually. So yes, totally understand. But we can always celebrate next time. In fact, tomorrow. Yes, Thursday. Thursday tomorrow. And Laura says, starting my new dimensions kit. Which one? It's the one you got with the auction. I remember last time you were bidding for for a new kid. How exciting. So with this piece, I'm doing Danish whenever I can. It's quite nice to do Danish sometimes. Okay, I'm going to cut this off. And indeed, yesterday we were talking about doing the next marathon. So the plan at the moment, I looked at the calendar, okay? So I'm looking at sort of mid-May. So we're going to do it on a Saturday. So I'm currently, I'll confirm with you, but currently I'm looking at about 16th of May. How does that sound? So 16th of May is a Saturday. And then normally with marathons, we start at around, I'm trying to think, how did we do it last time? Yes, if we're aiming for, because marathon for us is about 10 hours. Okay, we stitch for 10 hours. I know, do not fall off your chair, okay? If you just discover this channel, this is how we roll, okay? And 10 hours live stream, all right? I'm here with you, stitching every single stitch with you. And so we're aiming at, what time is it? 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock UK time. So you need to do the conversion for your local time. So normally we start, if we're aiming for 10 hours, we start around 2 p.m. UK time. And we stitch all the way to midnight, to around the same time that we normally finish with daily streams. So that's the plan. That's the plan. I think it should work for 16, shouldn't it? Hi, Grace. Great to see you. And Annie B is here as well. Oh, Laura says, yes, it was Facebook Marketplace. It wasn't even open. I got very lucky. So it's a brand new kit, is it? Wonderful. And I saw the mock-up. Yes, it's different from the one that I Googled. But it's lovely. It's really lovely. And it doesn't look massive. So it's quite a nice sort of, you know, project to do, isn't it? And it's got back stitches as well. Clover says, I've been stitching like crazy on this. Today's day 117, averaging about 750 a day. What? So you've been, have you been stitching just single project for the last 117 days? Well, someone needs to check Clover, just to check if she's still sane. I'll probably go insane if I had to do that. But well done, 750. I don't know. I can try, but you know, 750 probably take me 2 to 3 days to do. Annie says, hi Yogi, looking good. I'm knitting baby blankets for my granddaughters and are due in a couple of months. Wow, how nice. New baby, and you're knitting a baby blanket. That's congratulations. That is so nice. Oh, the baby is going to be loving that blanket so much. That's wonderful. And oh, so Laura, you have to sort the floss. You definitely know you've got an older kid if you have to do your own sorting. And Scanist says, I'm still working on watching one of the marathons in our archive. I know, we've got a few. How many have we done? I think we've done at least 5 or 6 up to this point. And the epic one, you know, of course, was the New Year one. We did 11 hours. 11 hours. We planned for 10 hours and we ended up doing 1 extra hour. It was great fun. It's great fun. Susan's thumbs up for 16s. And Patel says, 16 May, it's European Song Contest. Are they still doing those? Are we talking about European, what is it called? It is called European Song Contest or something like that. Yes, I remember I used to watch it when I was a student. Yes, it's great fun, isn't it? And it's clashing with European Song Contest. And yes, oh dear. Laura says 16 is good. Yes, and it's kind of a mid-May, new start. So the plan is we do the marathon and stitching. I'm going to start a new pattern from Stitches So Beautiful. So if you want to join me, of course you can stitch the same piece as me, and I'll show the piece to you again later on. But you can just grab any pattern from Stitches So Beautiful. So last time I think the previous marathons we did, every single time I think all of them were from Heaven and Earth, and I think Heaven and Earth definitely deserve that kind of attention. And this time, Stitches Beautiful, so beautiful, because they've got some really lovely patterns as well. And I think, they're probably not, quite a lot of people not aware of them. So I think it would be very nice to do a marathon to highlight their beautiful patterns. So you can grab either from the same artist I'm stitching on, or the same piece, or any pattern from Stitches So Beautiful. And we're going to start together. And of course, you've already have, projects from them. You don't have to start a new one necessarily. You can just grab their projects, their patterns, and stitch with us. Busy Mom says 16 is good. Yes, wonderful. And What's the Sizzle says, hello, Yogi. It's 1:07 p.m. Pacific time, Las Vegas. You mean right now? Earth Day, 22nd. Today's Earth Day, is it? Oh, wonderful. So what does that mean then? Is there anything special we have to do for Earth Day? And welcome. And Dragon Lady says, as long as there's snacks, bathroom breaks, count me in. Yes, that's a spirit. Yes, there are definitely snack breaks. Okay. And in fact, snack breaks, chocolate breaks are mandatory. All right. We do multiple chocolate breaks, and also we have a yoga break as well. We probably do 2. Normally, in the past, we do 2 yoga breaks. So you get to stretch with me. So it's very special. It's great fun. Rajal says 16 is good. Excellent. And Sarah says, I'll start my new heart one from Stitches So Beautiful too. Wonderful. Yes, you can pick patterns that's kind of revolving around heart. Wouldn't that be wonderful? It's like a, heart themed marathon. And it would be quite nice to kind of mark, not quite half the year, but close, isn't it? Mid-May, it's kind of transitioning into, firmly into the spring, and maybe a little bit of the summer as well, depends on where you are. Crafty Tabby, thumbs up for 16 as well. Wonderful. It seems to work for everybody other than the European Song Contest. No competition with them, okay? You need to watch them. It's mandatory for some countries. And I will have to think about what fabric count I'm going to be stitching that piece in. I really love that piece. Every time I look at it, it just takes my breath away. Okay. This fabric's so nice to stitch though. I know I keep saying that, but every time, you know, when I get really good feedback with the thread, that's a combination of the thread and the fabric. It makes me feel really good. I'm just really happy. Good. I am going to end the 310 here. I enjoy that. And let me take a sip of my coffee and let me know what you're drinking. I'm having my usual coffee. Really delicious. So Clara, are you good with the 6 things as well? Good. Now, so I'm going to mark this row as well before I forget. And I'm going to move out, maybe to the right here. There's a little bit I want to do on the right side here. And let me have a look. Yep. So I'm going to be doing a few stitches over here. 645. So obviously I'm stitching with a converted chart that is using DMC. So if you're stitching with the original kit, the numbers will be very different from my 645. And this one, let me double check. Yes, it's regular cross stitches. So from now till the marathon, you've got a few weeks here. So start to train your endurance and warm up those hands. We're athletes, you know. We need to do the daily training with the stitches. Dragon Lady's drinking water and trimming this body down a bit. Water is really good. Water is really and delicious as well. I don't understand. Some people, they don't like water, so they need to add all sorts of things, you know, like sort of sweet things, like those concentrated, you know, flavoring and stuff like that. I don't understand it. Water is delicious. Linda's having Dunkin' Donuts and Dunkin' Donuts iced coffee or Dunkin' Donuts and iced coffee? If you're having Dunkin' Donuts, you're going to be the envy of the entire chat. One, two. Laura says, I'm hoping for a Mother's Day sale, but if not, then I'll just buy the pattern. Do you know which one you want? And when is the US birthday, Mother's Day? Is it in the beginning of May? What's the sizzle says? First Earth Day, April 22nd, 1970, when millions rallied to strike our claim to protect the planet. Why do you need to strike to protect the planet? In what way? From pollution or from aliens? Yes, slice of lemon is really nice, really refreshing. And lemon is really good as well. Clover says, I like coffee flavor water. Me too, me too. That's what I'm drinking. Exactly. Oh, Clara says I'm one of those. I need to add flavors. Flavor like tea. Oh, that's okay. Tea is okay. But I'm talking about like a Ribena, you know, a lot of sweet, sort of sweet things people add into. I think a lot of parents, they kind of, you know, try to get kids to drink water, but kind of go about in a way that you kind of ended up getting the kids not liking water, plain water. They try to add like Ribena and stuff like that to the water to get the kids to drink it. So it kind of turns into a lifetime dislike of plain water, which is a shame because water is delicious. 1, 2, 3. Oh dear. No, 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 no. Okay, a little spot, tiny spot of reverse stitching. Okay, only 3, not a lot. I was falling off the screen there. Just a little bit, okay? This can be easily reverted. Nothing to see here at all. Nice and easy. Look at this. Oh, it takes no time. Done. Yes. You didn't see that. I didn't do it. Hey, Sound Stitching. Reporting from Work Club. Busy Mom says, I can't drink water plain. I always have to put something in it. That's what I'm talking about. Busy Mom. Water is delicious. Give it a go. 1, 2, 1. Hang on a second. How can I be so wrong? So, no. There's more I need to undo, okay? So it's reverse stitching. I'm not frogging, okay, guys? Stop spreading the rumors. I am not frogging. 1, 2, 3, okay. Oh, Linda says I had a donut too, plus coffee. Oh, wow. I can't remember the last time I had a donut. Rajal says May 10th is the Mother's Day. Yes. So if they do a sale for 10th, yes, you still have a few days. You probably want to get the fabric first if you already know which one you're gonna get, and maybe just wait and see if they do a sale. If not, then bite the bullet. Otherwise, you get a pattern during the sale. One, two, three, 4. Okay, I'm going to end this one. Laura says, I narrowed it down to one called Childhood Dreams by Joseph Hoduke. That sounds interesting. I'd love to see what it looks like. They do have some very interesting artists on their site. Cool. Next one. And this one, the next color is 898. 898. And this is a normal full cross as well. 898. A98. I do have one threaded already. A donut cake. Yes, exactly, Ellen. Your donut caterpillar. Exactly. That was such a great idea. Because most people have cakes and it's quite nice. But donut caterpillar is special. Oh, once the sizzle says you aren't stitching. Oh, that's a nice one. Yes, exactly. But I'm not frogging, okay? No rumors, please. Oh, right. What Sizzle says, the Earth Day is to protect the planet from humans' destruction, deliberate pollution. I see. And is it working out? Are we winning? So this one is full cross as well. Dragon Lady says husband has decided that the traffic on the freeway is good and wants to take me shopping. Oh, what kind of shopping? Are we going to Michael's? Or are we, are we going to Haberdashery? That kind of shopping I like. That's very nice, Dragon Lady. Alison. Alison says, evening everyone, working on the garden shed, drinking diluted orange juice. And I might be on holiday on the 15th. Oh, yes. Because in the bank holiday is not the 16th, isn't it? It's the first week and the last week of May. But some people may be starting early. So we have 2 bank holidays. So May is really big on holidays. So we have one bank holiday weekend, which is weekend plus Monday in the beginning of the month, I think. And then another one at the end of May. But 16th is kind of right in the middle. And see you later, Dragon Lady. Enjoy the shopping and let us know what you get from your shopping trip. But they'll say in Norway, the Mother's Day is the second Sunday in February. Oh, it's a little bit different. I think in the UK, was it February as well? Why is my memory playing with me that I kept thinking, it's the second Sunday of May? I think that's the same as the UK, no? I was a little bit shocked this year. I think my memory is just playing tricks on me. I was a little bit surprised when I realized that it was in February. So I think in Europe, it's probably the same in Europe, most countries. And Joyce, hello. Joyce, how are you today? Oh, hello. Today is like the unstitching extravaganza. I did one extra stitch. Oh, sis, I want to show you what's happening here, okay? So sometimes stitchers kind of asking questions like, what's the difference between Danish method versus full crosses, okay? And the pros and cons of that. The pro for Danish method is obviously, well, some stitchers think that it's neater because you go in one direction and you come back. But look at what's happening here. Let me just show you. Just look at this row, right? So I did one extra stitch, the first stitch. That's not supposed to be there. Hang on, 1, 2, 3. Oh, no. This one is fine. This one is fine. No, this is the third row. I misread it. I thought I was on the fourth row. So this one is okay. But imagine if I had to undo this first stitch here. And because I did this row with Danish method, I do one leg forward and one leg back. In order to remove this stitch, I literally have to undo all the other stitches in order to remove this one. So I would say that's a disadvantage of Danish method, but it's quite neat. I do enjoy Danish method. Oh, good job. No. I misread the chart. This row is fine. This row is fine. So the next row, I need to skip the first stitch. But you can see this is when you choose the stitching method, there are consequences. And there's probably no right or wrong. Look at this. So the next row, I won't need to skip the first one. Good job. So I don't have to undo all that. Because in order for me to undo the first stitch of the last row, I have to undo the remaining 4 stitches, which is probably not ideal. Let me zoom in a little bit so you can see. Robert. Robert says hi. Oh, from UK. Hello, Robert. Welcome. And say hello to Robert, our new friend. And let me know if you're stitching today. Alison says, in our jobs, we don't get bank holidays. We try to work bank holidays around hobbies rotation. Oh, so some jobs, I suppose particularly, I don't know what Alison's job is, but if you work in retail, I don't know, bank holidays, a lot of restaurants still open, don't they? And, yoga studios and gyms, they definitely still open, but they reduce the evening classes and also late afternoon classes as well. But the morning is still going ahead as normal morning classes. So the studios and the gyms, they're still open. But shops, I think bank holiday Monday might be closed, but weekends should be open, I think. What's the Caesar says in some ways winning regarding the fighting for the pollution because of the awareness has expanded at the moment. Our ozone layer was breaking up and radioactive rays were damaging the planet and was eliminated by removing aerosol spray cans. Well, that's an interesting point. What's the sizzle? Because it's kind of a... I don't want to get into conspiracy theory, okay? I don't know for sure. I'm just open-minded. because there are a lot of debates on global warming, and pollution is real. Pollution is real. Pollution's definitely, it should be, reduced and eliminated. But the ozone, the whole sort of ozone situation, I'm not sure. I've heard a few different theories, and also global warming as well. But I think, every individual can have their own conclusion. I think, I'm just open for something that's scientific. Okay, so that one's done, and I'm moving to the next one. I would like to fill in this area a little bit more, so I am going to stitch this one, which is 310 again. Yes, back to 310. Catherine Welburn says, hi, I've just found you this week. Oh, Catherine is a new friend as well. Let's have a look. And say hello to Catherine. And Catherine says, I just found you this week. I'm enjoying your videos. I especially enjoying parking method one. Greeting from Canada. Welcome, Catherine. Yes, I did a walkthrough of the parking methods. I did one for block by block, and I did another one kind of walking through Gemma's method as well. But Gemma has her own tutorial as well. She's the OG of the method. But block by block, I don't know who invented it. Do you guys know? Maybe it's been around for a long, long time. So I don't know who actually came up with it. It's very clever, isn't it? And it's really fun to do as well. And block by block parking diagonally was the first parking method I learned when I was looking for kind of solution or method to stitch full coverage pieces, because I was very new at that time and I was having a terrible time because I was stitching my full coverage in a kind of dimensions way, because up to that point my experience with cross stitching was mostly coming from dimensions kit. But as you can see, dimensions patterns have its own challenge, a different type of challenges, different embroidery pieces, etc. But in terms of the confetti, it's probably non-existent. You can see all the stitches are very close together in the cluster, so you don't get sort of confettis as much at all. So when I first started stitching patterns with confettis, I literally didn't know what to do. I was trying to stitch this way, but I was going nowhere. And it was just really, really messy and bulky at the back. So I was looking everywhere, trying to find what I was missing there. And I discovered parking method, and I was obsessed. I love the idea of it. So I'm glad you enjoyed that as well. Joy says, and when you would have stitched that row in the English method, wouldn't you still have to reverse stitches in the full row? Yes, indeed. It depends on the order. Very good point. Very good point. So if I stitch from the left side, so Joy is saying, because I was saying that in order to free up the first stitch, to remove the first stitch, I have to remove all the stitches behind me. And Joy says a very good point. If I did everything English method, meaning the full crosses, I still have to remove all of them. Yes, very good point. But there may be cases that I, for Danish method, I tend to go left to right and then come back, or the other way around sometimes. But with full crosses, I might not follow that order. Do you know what I mean? I could have stitch all the way to the right, full cross, and then from the right, back to front and then realize I did that extra stitch, I can just remove that stitch. You know what I mean? So yes, depending on the order of your full crosses, you may or may not need to remove the remaining stitches. So yes, very good point. Robert's asking, what count is this, Ada? This is 18 count, 18 count, and this is a DMC fabric in beige. And 18 is quite nice. This is kind of just before, kind of move, you know, if you go up from 18, then you're kind of moving into more even weave kind of stitching experience, even though 20 is still probably still Ada. I think 18 is still firmly in Ada territory. Brittany Ferguson is here working on Grand Library, have made it to 0.53. Oh, very nice. Over 2,000 stitches. And started in the left. Is it upper left? And now focusing on filling in. Yes, it's a epic Amy Stewart piece, isn't it? Very popular piece as well. A lot of people have worked on that piece. Maria Tempest says, hi, Yogi, and a chat. Susan is still 310 spooky bingo. Yes, Susan is permanently having spooky bingo with 310. Very nice. Because what's that piece? Frederick is probably has a lot of 310 as well. And Lynn as well. Lynn is having 310 spooky bingo. Well done. Yes, wonderful. And what's a Caesar says, stitching Maggie with you today. Not the first time. Mine is an original kit I've got in the 90s. Yes, the last century. I was so surprised. I was quite shocked to find out that this pattern has been around since the 90s. Because the first time I got this project was back in 2012 or 13. And I thought it was way back, you know, we're talking over 10 years ago. And then on 2018, I bought this kit again. And so I've got both pieces, but both unfinished. And this time, I would like to finish it. What do you think? Yes. But this pattern has been around for maybe close to 30 years. Can you imagine? But it's timeless. It's just as fresh as, I'm sure, when it first came out in the 90s. Sound Stitching, it has finished the first house of European town. Oh, that epic piece. Really, really long sideways. Wonderful. Congratulations. First house. There are many houses in that piece, if I remember. Hi, Kristen. Kristen, is that a question? Kristen says, can people who stitch at the pace of Yogi? What kind of question is, Kristen just came into the chat hot and go, can people who stitch at the pace of Yogi ever finish a supersized max color piece? I swear, I only can get up to close to 2K stitches in a week with my life as as it is. I'm doing everything that I can to reduce. To reduce what? So 2,000 stitches a week. That's your pace, is it, Kristen? So, Kristen, Yogi speed is the gold standard, okay? And if you're stitching faster, you're an alien, all right? So, can someone stitching my speed ever finish supersize? Well, I think it's more likely that you can if you have just one project. So when you have more, it kind of complicates the situation a little bit more. Okay, let's put it that way. So 2,000 guys, do some do the math for Yogi, please. 2,000 stitches per week. How does that work out per day? So presuming that if you're stitching every day. 310. Okay, I'm going to move 310 back. I have a feeling I'm going to come back to 310 very soon, but for now, I'm going to dot my 310. But then again, it goes back to why you stitch, really, because my goal isn't, I think completion is part of the motivation, but not so much completing the whole piece as such. That's not the biggest drive for me. 645. 645. I'm going to take 2 strands. Maria says, now I'm in Yogi group. Of course you are. Yes, you are. Maria, it's official. You're in. All right. And Kristen says, I say there's a person who stitches at your pace. I saw Kristen, you're a bit faster. I think everybody on the planet is faster than Yogi, but I thought, Kristen, you do tiny stitches and you're fairly fast. And Kristen is a great fan of Komari as well. I'm sure you probably picked up a few tips from Komari. But then again, if you switch your mindset around and not thinking about completing the entire piece, because if you think about it, if your goal was to complete a piece like supersize max colors, you should only have one project only, just like Komari. You shouldn't have anything else, because if you're adding new project to what you're stitching, essentially you're slowing yourself down if your goal was to finish, if that's your ultimate dream. Okay, so so that's not really part of my thinking here. I'm just thinking, do I enjoy stitching a project today at this moment in time? And that's all I'm thinking about. So I'm not really driven by completion, actually. So Kristen says, less than 300 per day for 2K. I really only get weekend time. Yes, it's the amount of time you stitch as well. So on average, I stitch with you. That's about, 4 hours, up to 4 hours. And of course, we chat, and I'm also, stitching at Yogi speed. So I don't know my average. It varies depending on the project I'm doing actually. But I'll say maybe 200, 250, something like that. That would be kind of, you know, my general pace. So Kristen may not be that different, but maybe Kristen has less time to stitch. I don't know. Oh, this stitch is looking a little bit iffy. I would like to adjust a little bit. Tracy says, I love my alien status. I stitch around 1,000 a day. Tracy, off you go. Sarah, take her away. Take Tracy away to the alien club and lock her in. 1,000. What kind of behavior you call this? How dare you? That's terrifying. I can spend the entire day stitching. I wouldn't do, you know, anywhere close to that. And you guys, you know, in fact, we have done quite a few marathons together. Have I ever even get anywhere close to 1,000? No. After 10 hours, 11 hours, you know. All right, so here we go. So where is it? Kristen has done some math for herself. Okay, Kristen says, I think about 900,000 stitch project, 2K per week is 37.5 years of one piece. That's not bad at all. 35.5 years is within someone's lifetime, right? And you can probably do 2 pieces, you know, if you live up to about 100 years. You can easily manage to. Oh, hang on a second. I think Lily's complaining now. And I'm going to go and give Lily some food before she breaks in the calf flap and attack me. Okay, I'm going to be back in a second. All right then. Ah, the peace has been restored, and there's a little hungry kitty there. Yes, we were talking about the time, right? 37 years doesn't sound too bad. It's a little bit shorter than eternity, right? And if you look at it that way. Here we go. Sarah says, my monarch is 450,000. It took me 3 years, not monogamous. Yes, Sarah's got a few projects going on, but that's the focus piece, isn't it? And 3 years is not bad at all. Not bad at all. And the patience Sarah has got, you know, if you look at that piece, there's a lot of air stitching, tons of air stitching. But then again, that's, you know, Sarah's alien. Sarah's doing black on black as well. It's all black, as it says on the tin. Joy says, I found out about a faster way to mark off on Saga using the eraser to select a symbol. Use the eraser to select a symbol. You mean to remove a stitch? Yes, you can. The eraser. I think that's how you do it, isn't it? Hi, Fan Vanas says good evening to the chat and good evening to you. Oh, that stitch is a little bit iffy. But Joyce, how did you normally remove stitches? Do you not use the eraser to do it? Oh, to mark off as in erase or to complete a stitch? Amanda says, if I'm not watching Yogi, I stitch about... I don't like the way this is going. Amanda says, if I'm not watching Yogi, I stitch about $3 stitches per day. I only get around 300 done on Yogi days because I spend so much time paying attention to Yogi's stream. Well, Amanda, that's the fun of it, isn't it? Because, for instance, look at this, okay? I hope this is not a complaint letter to Yogi, okay? So normally Amanda is an alien, right? But during Yogi's stream, the speed has dropped significantly. But the thing is, though, if you're imagine if this was a kind of stitching group in person, you probably wouldn't, you know, you probably wouldn't stitch 1,000 stitches a day if that's your normal speed, because you're interacting with others. And of course, you're paying attention to Yogi. Well, someone has to pay attention to Yogi's stitching, okay? It couldn't be just me, all right? I'm counting on you. If I'm making mistakes, I want you to raise alarms. So this is part of, you know, part of your responsibility, Amanda. So yes, you would, you know, take some of your, you know, your time and energy away, but this is worth it, isn't it? It's like a complaint. Oh, I'm normally really fast, but Yogi is just slowing me down. All right, all right. Yes, don't do the math. Michelle is absolutely correct. Just do not do it. Just change the mindset. You know, completion is for losers. All right, we're winners. We just stitch. We just stitch. How's that? That's the story I'm sticking to. Susan says, I think you did over 600 one time. Indeed. That's our first marathon, I think. I can't remember the New Year marathon, how many I did. I think it's around that mark as well, maybe even slightly less, because I was doing color flow. I cannot remember how many, but yes, I remember I did maybe 650, but that's over 10 hours, Susan. I think, I think there's some stitches out there that can probably do that in half the amount of, you know, within 5 hours. Laura says, I feel like it depends on the day. Yesterday, I got around 1,300. Yesterday. Today is probably about 500. It's never really consistent. Well, it depends on how much time you spend each day stitching and also what type of project, right? If you're in the confetti area, no chance. You know, even 30 stitches, it takes like a couple of hours for me to do, probably. And Laura, that's a lot of stitches. 1,300. I don't know what to say. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Tracy says, today I've been stitching for about an hour. I have 103 done, all ninja stitches. I'm getting to the point where I want to poke an eyeball with a needle. Okay, do not do it. Okay, Tracy? And hopefully some block stitching soon. But I think normally what I would do personally, you know, I want to stitch in a way that I'm not going to get trapped in confetti heaven or hell, you decide. Normally I like to stitch in a way that I have some flexibility, that I can move away a little bit if I need to, you know, divide and conquer. So I think if you stitch in a very strict order, let's say if you do block by block, and you know you want to stick to it, and that kind of situation, then you know you probably have to stay within that block. But even so, you can move to a different block if that's what you're doing, and you know, maybe go somewhere that's slightly more friendly, and then come back at some point. So this one, I think I'm gonna do a very casual pass thread here because I'm gonna get to it in a bit. So I'm gonna just, I'm not doing parking per se, but whenever it makes sense, I would just leave my thread here till I get there. Michelle says, I did the math, so now I'm trying to figure out how to get more time out of the day, stitch faster, live longer. I think C is definitely a good one, you know, and also, I don't know, stitch faster, or rather stitch more efficiently. I like the word efficient better than fast. So it's not just purely the speed, but work out a more efficient way of stitching. I think I'm interested in that as well. I'm not interested in speed as such, but definitely the ease of, you know, the stitching, whatever I'm doing. That I'm interested. Okay, I'm gonna do this, the few stitches here. That is 10 stitches, 3 strand, 10 stitches. Interesting. Okay. 7, 4, 6. Because this is ultimately something I do to relax. So I try not to get into the mindset of I have to do anything. I don't have to do anything. I don't. Oh, I need to get my little tool out here, my power tool, okay? of a different kind. So this is not a blend color, but it's quite light. So with a lighter color, and this one is also tint. I've got to remember. I nearly forgot. So I'm going to do a pin. Let's see how it goes. Let's do a little pin in the middle. And then I'm going to stitch over it. And maybe with a little help of this little tool here. Oh, that's very pretty. Need to remember this is tint. Joy says you can use the eraser to select the symbol you want to stitch. You switch from pencil to eraser. So the eraser, I've been using it to erase stitches, obviously. You could, I think for a selection, because switching colors for Saga is kind of strangely inconvenient, isn't it? So you have to do the highlighting, etc. So I think what Joyce, if I'm correct, is saying that instead of, I probably understood it wrong. Yes, you can use the eraser to select a stitch, but then it doesn't change the fact that you have to perform that step before you can select, right? Amanda says, this is fun. I'm enjoying very much. I would choose to focus on stitching. This is nicer because it's like stitching with friends. It is like stitching with friends. It is. So there, you know, there's interaction, there's conversation going on there. And yes, maybe it takes your attention away from stitching from time to time. But it's part of the fun, isn't it? I am going to part this one over here and to wait for me. 2 pass threads. Oh. Very nice. And I'm coming back. So I think I want to complete this area a little bit more. It's part of the sewing machine. It's that little old-fashioned dial on the right there. I'd like to do a little bit more here. Okay, the next one is 898. 898. And this one is just full cross. Brittany says stitching is definitely a joy in the moment process. Watching the art coming to life is the best, as well as the challenge. Yes, and all of that, you know, Brittany, that you have described, absolutely. All of these things happen during your stitching, not at the end. You know, once you're done, you're done. Once you've completed a piece, it's very nice. You can look at it, you can maybe touch it sometimes, but all of that you describe, that's joyous. It happens during the stitching process, and that's what I'm after. That's what I'm after. You know, the rest is byproduct. Completion is byproduct, and also, you know, completion has different definitions, right? Because for me, for instance, for this piece, if I finish this chest, you know, this drawer, for me, that's, in my mind, that's a completion. You know, I'll probably celebrate. And if I finish this sewing machine here, it's a mini celebration for me. So that for me, they're milestones, and Yeah, that's why I'm stitching. Not so much the entire piece, because once the entire piece is done, I can't do it anymore. I'll be a little bit sad. And Chelsea has done 96 stitches in the last hour. That's not bad at all. It takes me probably double amount of time. Okay, just let me snip this bit off. Amanda says only counting my stitches for averages, because someone asked me, I don't typically count my stitches or track percentage complete. Yes, same here. I don't. If I just stitch, on my own for whatever reason, I just, stitch as much as I want and then just walk away. I don't think I ever try to check how many stitches I've done. Not very often. And in fact, when I first got Pattern Keeper, and I realized there is an option to turn the stitch count on. And to be honest, in the beginning, I didn't have it turned on at all. I think you can hide it as well. And I was thinking, who will want to know that? Who cares? Lo and behold, a lot of people do. It's a kind of, motivation. It motivates a lot of stitchers to do it. Because if you think about it, before the apps came along, if you stitch on paper, A4 sheet one at a time, there's no way to track stitch counts. And people were happy back then. I don't think people were complaining that, I'm stitching too slow, I'm not doing 1,000 a day, etc. People just stitched. Scantis says, I've stitched a lot of the day and I have not stitched 100. And there's threads everywhere. It's like a bomb exploded. But that's how the craft room should be, though. Your crafting space is not supposed to be super tidy. If you're stitching organically, you grab things. I mean, you want things to have certain order so you can find them, but at the same time, it's part of the beauty of a craft room. If you look at any patterns, I've got quite a few patterns that's kind of, the view of a craft room. There are always things scattered everywhere, but everything is kind of there for a purpose. It builds the kind of a picture. It's not supposed to be a tidy, your stitching space. Daria says, don't worry, Yogi, I'm in your club. I only stitch about 300 per day. Well, that's still quite a lot. It's the higher end of my range. Occasionally, I go over 300, but most of the times it's about probably 250, if that can be the average. Something like that. And of course, there are days I do less. And there are days I did 60. Susan says, Yogi, you have started this 3 times. What do you mean you can't stitch it anymore? Hopefully this is the last time and I'm able to move it forward a little bit more. And I think, you know, there are patterns once in a life, you know, maybe like very few patterns that you come across in your lifetime that somehow, for whatever reason, the last 2 you know, attempts. Well, I don't want to call it attempts because I really had a good time. It was a proper, you know, legit, you know, I don't know what word to use it, but both starts, they were legit. You know, it wasn't that I stitched a little bit and then gave up. Both times I stitched a fair bit and I enjoyed the process a lot. But I think that there may be patterns in your life as well. For whatever reason, if you do not, you know, if for whatever reason you do not complete those patterns, they will come back to haunt you. They'll try to get you to maybe try again. I don't know whether you have that. I think, you know, this pattern is definitely one of them. And the Max, the cat, the other one, is definitely calling me as well. And also Gecko Rouge, my Gecko Rouge project may be one of those. It's like, it doesn't matter what happened to them, whether you kind of just park the project for a long time, eventually it would try to get you back to stitch it. It's almost like, you know, it has become part of your life for whatever reason. And this piece, definitely firmly part of my life. Do I want to part this one? No. Or maybe I do. Maybe I can stitch from bottom up. No. I'm gonna end this right here. Very nice. 898. Hey, Travis. Travis is reporting from the work club. Oh, Travis. Yes. We keep you company here. Right, moving forward, I'm going to stitch the outline of this little dial here. 647, 647. Laura says, I don't usually count either, only see it since it's on the side of Pattern Keeper and my stamped, I just approximated. Yes, exactly. I think when I first got Pattern Keeper, I was thinking, well, I don't want to know. Who cares? And then lo and behold, I turned it on, and I was curious to find out how many stitches I make during a certain session, you know. But I'm not very, I always forget to check, because for some reason stitch count is just not part of, you know, it's not one of the reasons I want to stitch. But I think that tool perhaps in some way encourages the kind of I wouldn't say competition, but competition with yourself. You know, we kind of start to be a lot more, we pay more attention on the speed as such. So this one's just full cross, 2 strand, 6, 4, 7. I'm trying to see if I need to railroad these stitches. It's quite light as well. So let me just get this one. Oh, hang on. My 2 up. Yeah. Okay. I think if the counting ability, you know, is taken away from stitches, everybody would just stitch. I don't think anybody's going to suffer for not knowing how many stitches they made. Cassie says, I'm going to do the yogi move for now. Ignore the area where there's a mistake and work somewhere elsewhere. Yes, yogi move is normally when I tuck one pin stitch and then come back. Okay, but I like your version of yogi move. Okay, Cassie has been learning from Yogi, okay, properly, and Cassie has been paying attention. And if you have areas that the mistakes, guys, just ignore it and then just move on to a different area. Very good, Cassie. Cassie's definitely watching and learning. Okay, very nice. It's a new definition of yogi move. And it's working because I'm now really enjoying a Stitching Gecko Rouge project, you know. Now, now I've ignored my problem. Things are so much better. Kristen says, I'm pretty sure the paper patterns are the reason why I truly didn't realize the magnitude of any of the hate patterns. Now I'm getting the end of my first mini. It's hitting me. Well, so maybe let that go then. I think, as I said, you know, if the option of tracking percentages and stitch counts was taken away from you, I'm sure people would just, you know, relax and just stitch and do whatever they can per day. And that's it. People are not going to get stressed over it. And, you know, and start to compare. Like Komari does, you know, 3,000 stitches a day. Why? How come I can only stitch 30? That's me. There's no need to compare. Chelsea Summer says, I mean, one day, Yogi, I want you to have the satisfaction of a finish. But at your rate, I hope that makes sense. Well, no, then Chelsea, I'm sure you'll feel better soon because that I don't need that satisfaction, because the satisfaction for me comes from just enjoying being able to sit down and stitch every day, and also being able to see a little bit of development. You know, that's it. Truly, Chelsea, I'm telling the truth. I really do not mind if I never finish anything. Yes, with the smaller pieces, I'm a little bit more optimistic. I'm thinking maybe, you know, I'm able to complete a little bit more. But for me, it's more of a just being able to stitch. That's it. And whatever happens, happens. I really do not mind. And I'll be equally happy. Yes, Scantis, same here. Scantis says, I'm just glad I can see parts that look like something. Yes, that's it. That is satisfaction for me. Of course, I like to see things, you know, kind of happening, but it doesn't mean it has to be completed in terms of whole piece, because so much, you know, all the fun part is about the process. The end bit is just a byproduct. Travis says, I'm trying out something new. I painted my nail. I didn't expect that. Okay. Travis is trying something new, and he says, I painted my nails black. Tia said I did a pretty good job, and just hope it doesn't got on my cross stitch, like all the nails. So so Travis, are you going gothic? Is that the new thing for the summer? That sounds interesting. And also, you know, painting nails is not as easy as it seems. It's very easy to paint it off the outside of the nails, and you get dark fingertips. And Susan says, I think the members should guilt trip you into doing half an hour frogging on Gecko Rouge each member stream. So we're going to start member stream each time with half an hour of frogging. Yes, I think it's Susan's goal to actually drive all the members away. Yes. No, they don't have to guilt me. I think I'll be frogging a little bit when I'm ready. I don't think I'm interested in doing that at this point. So if I'm not interested, I'm not doing it. I just find, you know, I just ignore it and move on. Clover says, I like the challenge of beating my stitch count daily, at least by one. Interesting. But Clover, let me ask you a question. If today the counting ability is completely gone, the percentage is completely gone from your app, you can still use the app, but no counting, no stitch count, and no percentage, okay? And all you can see is the stitches on your chart. Would you enjoy stitching less? And that's probably to all of you in the chat. Would it take away your joy of stitching? Because that's how we started. We never had that ability before. Samantha, hello. Great to see you. And Needles, Kimmy Busy is here as well. Hello, I'm working on Maggie. Wonderful, I have company. Oh, hello. Oh, I got two king again. Oh, this is, you know, today's stitching is about going forward a little bit and backward a little bit as well. Here we go. There are 4 stitches here. I've done 6. It's okay. It's all good. All good. Sound Stitching says, I'm just thankful that I can see to stitch. If I finish, great. If not, it's okay. Same here, Southern. And it's wonderful, isn't it? Yes, it's about appreciating your, the fact that we're breathing here. We are, fit and healthy, that we can see things and we can stitch and we can move the fingers and just enjoy it. Oh, what a blessing. Exactly, Southern. That is, that's definitely wonderful. And Rochelle, hello. Rochelle says, hi, Stitcher, Stitchy friends. Hope all is well and wonderful Wednesday. Rochelle, great to see you. Hope everything's good with you. Sagantis says, I counted mine on paper, but I have so few done, I can do that. At some point, I probably won't be able to. Yes, I suppose if you do block by block, on a chart, maybe you can count 100 at a time, roughly. But if you do cross country, I don't think you're going to spend time just counting stitches. It's going to be a little bit silly, isn't it? But imagine if we don't have that ability to track and calculate stuff and do the average stitches that we're doing and calculate when a project is going to finish. If all of that was taken from us, will it stop you from stitching? And would you, enjoy less? Cassie says, I popped on for about 5 minutes yesterday. I checked out the nightly stitcher based on what someone said. I enjoyed her very much. Nightly stitcher. Oh, right. Yes, I do remember it was mentioned yesterday, wasn't it? Because yesterday we're talking about our favorite floss tubers. Travis says, not going goth. More like breaking the mold on gender forms. Okay. Interesting. On gender forms, eh? But a lot of men wear nail polish. It's not unusual. I came from our college background. Anything goes. Cassie says, I'm glad I didn't watch yesterday. I watched a repeat and was able to fast forward through the spider, cockroach, prawn talk. But clearly you listened, you watched, because otherwise how could you comment on it? Oh, it's too late, Cassie. You were there. You couldn't help. It's compulsive viewing, okay, yesterday. I forgot about that. Yes. So, Cassie, you watched it. Do not lie, okay? Clover says, I will still use. I stitch just to stitch. I have a whole box of finished projects from paper charts done years ago, but I would say digital patterns have been a game changer. Definitely, yes. And it kind of introduces that competitive element to it as well, rightly or wrongly. If you're motivated by beating yourself with stitch counts, that's great. If you like to compete with yourself, but as long as it doesn't create frustration, right? So I think that's the line I would draw. If it starts to make you feel like you're not fast enough, you're frustrated and you worry about the fact that you can't finish your project in your lifetime, then maybe it's time to stop counting. Just let it go. I'm sure there's ladies, stitching back in, I don't know, Victorian times. They're stitching just for the joy of it. Tracy says the counting and percentages keep me motivated. I have the ADHD, so I get bored. I enjoy a challenge. Interesting. So it's not the stitching itself necessarily, it's the competitive element that gets Tracy going as well. So does that mean anything competitive you would enjoy? Chelsea says, I personally found paper charts frustrating due to my dyslexia, and digital patterns have huge change and improvement for me. So does that help? How does digital chart help you with the dyslexia? Because dyslexia I associate it with wordings, with words. Charts, you don't need to read in order to stitch. 1, 2, and 3. Richard says, why are you using a laying tool? Oh, good question. I only use it for this project because, and not for all stitches. I only do it, let me just do this one. I only do it for either blends stitches, colors with 2 colors, for instance, like these ones. If I zoom in a little bit, so these are blend stitches, these ones, okay. No, these ones, that's what I'm looking at. So these are blend stitches, and can you see how evenly they lay side by side? So both colors kind of come through quite evenly, and that's why I use a laying tool. Well, essentially it's a cable needle for my knitting, but I only do it for blend colors, and also all these are blend colors, and also lighter colors, because I find DMC in particular, when it's very light, and if the threads are kind of laying over each other, it looks very messy. So I'm not normally very OCD, but for some reason I enjoy doing this for these particular stitches. So this is why. It's not a common practice for me. I don't really do it for other projects that I've got. But with these ones, it kind of just makes sense. Laura says, I'm using a paper chart and stitching one hand on my dimensions, so I'm slowing down. Okay, so why are you stitching with one hand then? Are you normally stitching with 2 hands? Oh, so with paper chart. But why do you need to stitch with one hand with paper chart? Is this so you can free up one hand to mark stitches? And, to be honest, the last 2 times I stitched this piece, I was stitching with one hand because I didn't know how to stitch with 2 hands up until COVID period, when I started stitching with, the full coverage. Because up to that point, I didn't feel like needed to do that. So I had to learn how to do it 2 hands. But this time, I'm stitching with 2 hands with this piece. So it's a new experience, Amanda says, live in a rural, conservative area. In 2nd grade, my youngest started a trend of boys wearing nail polish. We were so proud. Rebel. in a village. Yes. But these things are so superficial anyway, so I don't know why people mind it. You know, if men want to wear makeup, you wear makeup. You want to wear nail polishes, you do it. So what? And just a few days ago, a couple of days ago, I discovered a ballerina because I quite enjoy watching ballet dancers kind of behind the scene, kind of how they manage day to day, you know, while performing, that kind of stuff. So I came across this channel by this lady, ballerina. I think she's dancing for, who is she dancing for? She's a principal dancer for, I think, Chicago Ballet Company. I don't know the full name of that, in America. And she's covered in tattoos. She actually became a professional dancer, probably quite high up, quite high level, maybe principal, which is the highest you can go in a ballet company. She became a principal before she decided she had a heartbreak from a relationship, and she decided to get a whole bunch of tattoos. We're not talking about tiny bit, just like one or two, like a rose somewhere. She started off with one on her wrist and then just got addicted to it and proceeded to have her entire sleeve of her one hand, one arm, and then pretty much her upper body from the front to the side, so covered in sort of some sort of symbols everywhere. It's very unusual, and you know, ballet world is very conservative, very traditional. So yeah, I was fascinated by that. But I think, you know, it could become a problem if you're not careful. But I think she was so established before she decided to have tattoos, so she's okay. She just need to cover it up with makeup before every time she goes on the stage, and that's it. She's not getting any problem. But I can imagine if you're a new dancer, well, I don't know how well it will fare, to be honest, in that world. But it's so superficial. It's really just some ink on the skin. Cassie says, "Oh, regarding the spider, yes. The summary, the quickest summary of yesterday, what we were talking about, if you weren't here, it's basically the similarity between between prawns." Between prawns and cockroaches. Okay, I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it at that. That's it. I don't want to trigger Cassie, okay? No, not again. Lynn says, Yogi, my partner got me some Mexican cheese with chili peppers. It took my breath away just now. Wow, spicy cheese, is it? Yes, I don't know if I have ever tried cheese with chili. To be honest, you know, that doesn't sound super appealing to me. But I bet spices maybe. So is it fresh chili? Oh, how nice! And I think your partner's trying to. No, I think your partner's doing it with love. Okay, no conspiracy theory. Yes, because chili, some chocolate has got chili in it as well. Joy says stitching for an hour is way more fun than looking at the UFO for an hour. What's FFO? Is it UFO? No, not UFO for an hour. What's FFO? Clover says, I'll never finish half of the webs I have started. And that's you and everybody here, most of us. Unless you have one project and you have been working for a long time, or maybe smaller projects, then perhaps, you might be able to finish the piece at some point. Otherwise, we're just here stitching. That's it. All right, I'm going to come down here, and I think this is 310. I'm back to 310. So I think 310 is going to make appearance quite frequently around this area. So 310, everyone. Chocolate time, is it? Oh, indeed, yes, it's 40 past. It's nearly 50 minutes. Let me just do a couple of stitches here. Just plant my thread here. Yes, and then we're gonna have a little bit of chocolate time. And today, look at our stream here. It looks nice and stable, isn't it? Let's hope the cable is working. How nice. Travis says, judging with my eyes, I think about 22% completed. Yes, you can just eyeball it and just take a guess. It doesn't matter. But I think percentage is probably easier to gauge. Stitch count, with stamp kit, it's probably a lost cause. And it's probably good because it frees you from thinking about how many stitches you've done every day. You just stitch. So I've only got a little bit with the 310 here. Let me do these ones, and we have chocolate. So get your snacky ready. And power drinks. And Chelsea says, on the digital, I can isolate the symbols I'm looking for, and so they stop swapping spot with each other. Okay, so interesting. So dyslexia actually create confusion with the symbol as well, not just letters. That's very interesting. So if you just look at paper charts, sometimes two different symbols could kind of swap over from each other. That's interesting. So definitely, yes, the apps definitely helps, because the moment I decided to get Pattern Keeper, because up to that point I was using PDFs, I would take a picture of the chart and then just use the highlighter on a digital PDF. PDF is digital highlighter, and just mark them manually. But the reason I decided I really, really would like to have Pattern Keeper was the highlighting functionality. Is when you tap on the symbol, all the same symbols light up, and it's very easy to track. And that was the moment I was thinking, oh my goodness, let me have it. Not so much the stitch count or anything percentage. I didn't even know that you could do that, but just purely for being able to highlight the symbols, that sold it to me. I just decided I needed it in my life. Yes, that is very powerful, very powerful. Rochelle says, I've noticed the same with DOC thread with a light color. Oh, DMC with light colors. I'll try laying tool. Thank you. Rochelle, yes, I find as well, particularly DMC. I think with CXC is less noticeable because the texture is a little bit more matte. But DMC, particularly lighter colors, can you see how shiny they are? And imagine if I didn't do the laying tools and these three strands were kind of rolling over each other, this bit is going to look really rubbish, to be honest. And, you know, I know most of the time you probably don't look at it so close up, but I think it's noticeable, even with naked eye, when I look at the fabric here. So I think, you know, times like that, I use the laying tool. Because you know me, I'm not particularly OCD with things like this. You know, here, I've got a chocolate stain here. Do I mind? No. I don't mind at all. I'm going to stitch over it, okay? You watch. Okay, so I am going to finish at this stitch here. And I am going to park it over here. So it's waiting for me. I've got a little bit of a thread there. And we're going to have chocolate. So join me with a little bit of chocolate time. Look at this. That's my chocolate stain. Yes. But it's a little bit like coffee stain on a book and stuff like that. It's part of the record, isn't it? The record of time, and also that particular stitching session where I stain my fabric. Okay. There you go. So let me zoom out a little bit. And let's have some chocolate. Yes. And here we go. Today, let me think. Oh, yes. I think I'm going to go back to my giant chocolate here. Giant chocolate button. I only opened this one yesterday. So look. Oh, look, abundance. Michelle, sincere apologies. Okay. Until you get your stash, you know, get your chocolate smuggled to you. I'm gonna eat this chocolate button for you, okay, Michelle? So Michelle is trying to smuggle some of these to America. So here we go. Cheers. Rochelle says, Yogi, I found an ancient whip. I started about 7 years ago. I'm up to 3 whips now. I posted on Facebook group, Facebook. Amazing, ancient whip. How ancient? 7 years old. All right, and only 3 whips, guys. We have work to do. Okay, let's have a look then. As we're having chocolate, I might as well have a little browse of our Facebook group and look at that ancient piece of artwork. Let's have a look. Oh, and I can see Joyce's post as well. So Rochelle. Oh yeah, okay. Let me show you guys. This is it. Rochelle's 7-year-old post. It's from the ancient Egyptian time. Okay, here we go. Oh wow, Rochelle, what did I say about seafood? Okay, can you eat goldfish? I wonder. Tropical fish. Okay, maybe not seafood, just fish. Wow. And are you going to continue with this? So you're reviving the ancient piece. How wonderful. I love it. So for Rochelle, she's one of the stitchers. You can bring out older projects for whatever reason you stop stitching and continue to do it. I don't know. It probably really depends. I'm one of those people I probably want to restart if I want to restart something. Not necessarily. I think, you know, if you have a really good thing going on there, you can just continue. That's very, 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 very cute. A lot of fish in the sea. Thank you for sharing that. And I'm glad you have one more project to keep you entertained. One more piece. And let me know what you're snacking on. Michelle, I know, I'm eating for two, okay? Me and Michelle. Marsha, hello. So Marsha is on a cruise ship, okay, as we speak. And she's now in New Zealand. So Marsha, do you get to get off the cruise ship to walk around? Because, you know, being on a cruise ship all day long, it's got to be exhausting. And Marsha is having a little stitching group there with another, I think a person knitting or something like that. Yes, no calamari. Exactly. Rochelle says regarding the tropical fish piece, Rochelle says, I started it for my daughter. She loves fish. I did change the colors on all the fish. Really? Wow. Improv stitching. I wouldn't dare. It would just come out weird for me. And Susan's having Black Forest. I still have Black Forest as well. I might as well have a piece. And so I can have a spooky Black Forest chocolate bingo. That's really long with Susan, okay? So just for you, Susan, I'm going to have a piece of the Black Forest as well. And this is for you, Susan. And Michelle, if you could get some Black Forest ones as well. If you could smuggle some of this, it's really delicious. I promise you, Michelle. Yum. Samantha says, I'm eating Louisiana dry rub chicken wings for dinner. It's not a snack, but I thought chicken wings is more like a snacky thing, no? Yes. You need a glass of wine, Samantha. That's what you need. And Scantist is eating a couple of mini Tootsie Rolls. What are they? Not proper chocolate. What are Tootsie Rolls? And Rochelle is having banana chips and iced black coffee. Interesting, banana chips. Yes, they can be quite nice as well. I love bananas. I've been having so many bananas every day. It's just power snack, you know. Like in between classes, if I'm slightly peckish, I just have one banana or half a banana. That's it. I'm good. Good to go. Because nature is power food, power snack. Oh, is it Dimension, that one, Rochelle? Let me have a sip of my coffee. Oh, yum. Needle. That sounds really good. Needles is having Perugina espresso dark chocolate. Whoa, that sounds very exotic. Michelle says, I found some dark chocolate with cherries and almonds. Very good. Oh, that's a great combination. Yes. Delicious. And cherries on with this one is kind of air dry. So it's not just dry cherry. It's got kind of slightly crunch, sort of crunch to it. It's like air dry cherry. It's really nice. Scantis says it's kind of like a chocolate flavored taffy. Is it like a hard candy type thing? Oh, let me have one more Black Forest then. One more piece. And I tried not to create more stains on my fabric. I actually gave it a little clean with the tissues, so I think it's faded a little bit. Ah, it's chewy. That sounds nice. I like chewy sweets. Yum. Lynn says, Yogi, I bet you're one of those people who can eat anything and not put weight on. Well, but Lynn, I move a lot. You know, I run around everywhere a lot. And also being a vegan, and also I cut sugar most of the time because I don't feel well with sugar. So I think naturally it kind of just everything balances out. But I'm sure if I eat properly, I can put on weight for sure. Delish, delish. I hit a spot. Oh, double chocolate today. You know, I have chocolate button and Black Forest. Very nice. Delicious. Here we go. Oh, now I'm ready. Now I'm ready to stitch again. That was good. Excellent. All right then. Oh, next is pure white. Am I in the white? Am I in the Maggie zone with this? Looks like it. I'm hitting the white stitches. Maybe I'm going to move away a little bit. It terrifies me. Eventually, I'll have to stitch the white ones, okay? But I think for now, I am going to do these ones first. One step at a time, okay? This one is 648. 648. And the whole Maggie, the white part of the Maggie, I am going to divide and conquer as well, just like the 310 stitches. 648. 648. And these are double strand. 648 double strand. Here we go. So starts from here. So this one I'll probably use my power tool as well. It's quite light, this one. And I still remember the last couple of times stitching this piece, doing the white stitches. It was always challenging. Okay. So 1, 1, 2. Okay. It's really interesting, even though I've stitched this piece, maybe, particularly the center area, this is the third time, but it doesn't feel like I've done it twice before, if you know what I mean, because my approach is very different this time. Okay. I don't know whether you've seen people with lane tools. That's kind of like a ring that you can wear. Because I saw Nikki wearing one, and it looked very scary actually. It's literally like a like a metal pin like this, and it's attached to a ring. I think you wear it on one of your fingers of the hand that you're stitching, so you can just use that. I don't know how you use it. Maybe you wear it on the other hand. I can't remember which side, but I saw a picture of Nikki doing that. It's like Edward, the scissor hand. And that's a little bit over the top. Michelle says, so I have one of those laying tools. It's very easy to use. Are you referring to the ones that you wear like a ring? Really? Do you not stab yourself constantly? Because I'll probably just forget it's attached to my fingers and just poke my eyes with it. But it's worth it because all these stitches is just looking very neat, even close up. This is very close up. 1, 2, 3. Michelle says, I wear it on my thumb. You don't forget it's there. Really? So on the same thumb. Oh no, if you're stitching this way, okay. So if you do it two-handed and you pull your thread up with one hand, and then do you wear it on the left, on the dominant hand at the bottom? So I'm trying to imagine. Because in order for me to do it with my power tool, I have to switch hand, because I use the left hand to hold this tool. Laura says, I saw that on Amazon, but it had bad reviews of the needle falling off. Really? And Laura says, I saw your wooden one too, which seems easier not to lose. Yes, to be honest, because I kind of have all sorts of goodies in my drawer. So sometimes I forget that I even have them, let alone what they do. And I had this one. So a while ago, I had to show it to the chat because I have this one just on my side in one of the containers for ages. And I've forgotten what they are. And I had this one. And also there's a big one. I'm not sure if they came together. And I couldn't figure out what they were. So I showed them to the chat. And turned out these are laying tools. But I'm just so used to using this one. I didn't realize I had one just specifically for that. And this one, I don't know, what do you this is not a laying tool. I don't know, is it? Because they're so huge. I don't even know what they do. But this one, I think it is. But I prefer my cable needle. Michelle says, I wear it on my left hand. So you're presuming you're stitching the same hands as me. So you wear it on this hand. Okay. So it doesn't get in the way when you try to pull a needle up. I presume you. It's fascinating. I'm pretty sure I'll stab myself on a regular basis if I wear anything of that sort. Lynn says, Yogi, this machine is just like my mom's. My brother has in his hallway. People are very interested in when they come in the hallway. Oh, are you referring to the sewing machine? Yes, it's a Singer sewing machine. It's classic, isn't it? I think everybody had one at that point. I'm pretty sure my grandmother, or yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen one of these around when I was a kid. I think Singer was the brand, wasn't it? I think Singer is still around, isn't it? But of course now it's all modern. Whoops. Clara says, I put it on the ring finger of my hand. That's on top. Ring finger. So it's this one. Oh, right. I think that's what Nikki did as well. She was wearing in sort of one of the fingers at the back there, looking very scary. And it's quite long as well, so it's hard for me to imagine how you don't stab yourself with it or stab the fabric. But of course, if you have it, on the side, if you're not wearing it, the disadvantage, of course, you need to have somewhere to place it. But it's not so much a problem. I just prop it on top of my needle miter, and it stays there. Ah, Laura says the wooden ones say it's a laying tool for needlepoint. Maybe that's why you have them. I never thought about using laying tools for needlepoint actually, because needlepoint you're stitching with yarn and just single strand, so it's unlikely it's gonna sort of become uneven. So I don't know. I have no memory of how I got this. It's huge. It's a mystery. I'm sure as soon as I start clearing up this cave properly, I'm going to find all sorts of weird things. Let me take a sip of my coffee. And sometimes you kind of pop things in a drawer and forget about them. And there were occasions I literally go out and buy exactly the same items, not knowing I've already had them somewhere in my drawers. It's that bad. All right, I'm going to end this color and maybe move up to stitch the drawers once I finish this one. Very nice. All right then. So why don't I move up and work on this area a little bit. Maybe I can just move it down a little bit. Oh, okay, blend color. So this area is just full of blend colors. 730 and 9A7. 730. And 9A7. So two greens. 9A7. So it's a full cross blend. Linda Diamond says, Yogi, where do you get your needle point from? Which project? I have 3 projects ongoing. They're all from different companies. So if you're referring to the cats, I don't know whether you've seen the streams. There's members only. That one is, if you look at the thumbnail, that one is from a company called Jolly Red. No, Jolly Red Jelly Red? I forgot. Jolly Red, as in jolly good, Jolly and Red. It's a company. They do a lot of needlepoint. And also the other one, the cupcakes I've got, is from a company called Historical Samplers. And the third one I cannot remember. The name is very long. But there's some, those are very good companies. Heather Howe says, my mom bought a Singer sewing machine in 1957, and my granddaughter still uses it today. Singers are timeless. Yes, it's totally mechanical, isn't it? There's no electricity, there's no cables, and you just pedal. I think there's a foot pedal, and also the dial that I was just working on around here. This is where you, I think modern ones have very similar things that you can roll the dial and then you bring the needle up and down. So in some way, it's still, working the same way, only now it's powered by electricity. And the one I've got from the French brand is a Gino. I don't know if I butchered that name. That one, it's got a foot thing that you could, not pedal, you can press. It's kind of a button. I think quite a lot of the modern ones probably work the same way. But I think you can use without the foot pad as well. You can just, maybe some people who don't want to use the foot pad, you could just stitch just by pressing buttons. 1, 2, okay, good. Nido says, I want to backstitch on Maggie. How do you choose the color for an item? I make backstitch visible and can't select color for it. Are you referring to Saga? If it's Saga, it works. Once you need to be on the backstitch layer. Once you're on that layer, you just tap on the backstitch area. It works the same way as the cross stitches, and the color will change. I can show you in a little bit. Let me just do the second leg of these stitches, because sometimes I forget to turn on to actually activate the backstitch layer, and I was kind of just trying to select colors. Nothing happens. But you just need to visually check that you're on the correct layer. And it should give you the colors. Hi, Miriam. Miriam says, morning. I was going through my kits and found 4 dimensions kits. So I'm going to rotate them for the SAR. Oh, wonderful. Yes, it's interesting, isn't it? So many stitchers said the same thing. They kind of, just not sure whether they have, Maggie or not. Some people manage to find Maggie. Some of them find all sorts of dimensions, patterns in their drawers. It probably just shows how accessible these stitching kits are, because everybody's got some at some point stashed away. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so let me mark these ones. And a needle, I'm going to show you. If my understanding of your question was correct, I'm going to show you how you can do it correctly, hopefully. So normally I'm on the cross stitch and 10 stitch layer. In order to go activate the back stitching layer, it's a little bit fiddly, I'll be honest with you. I think Saga can definitely improve on this. So if I collapse the cross stitch so I can see clearly what layers are available to me. So I want to go to back stitch and activate it. I need to turn on the eye because they're hidden. The other layers are hidden right now. So I have to open the eyes, the eye icon of the back stitch and tap. So you want to make sure that the layers selected with the blue background. And now you have all the colors available, but you want to select based on where you are on the pattern. So for instance, at the moment it says 9A7. If you look at the upper left, right, whichever color that is, if I tap on a different area, let's say if I go over there, it changes to 310. It's not super obvious. And then if I turn on the button, it doesn't really highlight it that much. So visually, it's not super clear which one that you're looking at. But if you start to draw, if you start to mark the back stitches, can you see that? It is marking those stitches. But if I do the same with other, whoops, let me see. If you try to do that for different stitch, it will not mark. Make sense? So visually, it's not super clear which one is being highlighted, but it does tell you on the top there. So let me undo these ones. I hope that makes sense. So you need to switch back. It's a little bit fiddly. It's not the best design, but if I come back to cross stitch and then hide back stitch, because I don't want the back stitch to be available, visible there. All right, hopefully that helped. Miriam says, I'll put a picture of those ones. Yes, I'd love to know which ones you've got. It's fascinating. People just have, those kits hidden in their drawers and not knowing sometimes for years. It's like, discovering you've got a whole bunch of treasure hidden. That'll be so nice. You're welcome, Needles. Yes, I think the highlight, I don't know why it doesn't show, because on regular, maybe it's just the setting. Maybe you need to adjust the setting to make it obvious. But I have not played with that setting, because with cross stitches, you do have to change the color of the border, how thick you want the border to be, that kind of settings. I'm sure there's probably one there for back stitches as well, but I have not tried to fiddle with that just yet. One, two, three, four. I think with this color, I should be able to get away without doing the using the tool, but I just enjoy it. The feedback of this fabric is so nice. Lovely. So this one is going back 7:30. 7:30. Okay. Next one, 676. 676. I may have one already threaded. 676, 730. That's it. Okay. Miriam says, your Maggie is looking good, Yogi. I haven't been able to find it, but I did manage to get a kit for Frederick, the literate, at a very good price here. I've been wanting it since it was released. Wow, when was it released? Is this as far back as Maggie, I wonder? Because Susan is stitching that piece right now. Yes, it's really, really sweet. Sleeping cat on the bookshelf. A lot of animals, they read books, don't they? The foxes, the cats. Probably reading more than humans. See, with this combination, if I didn't use the lane tool, it's going to be looking very, very messy. Let me show you the difference. Because the way I'm stitching, if I just stitch normally, the threads will be kind of row over each other. That's kind of normal. But when you have two contrasting colors like this, it will show. So this is when the laying tools really helps. Miriam says 2001, according to Google. So it's a little bit later than Maggie. Maggie apparently it's like mid 1990 or something like that, 1995. So Frederick is a little bit later. I wonder when Max, the cat, that piece came out. Probably roughly around the same time. And that piece, I'm really looking forward to start as well. I'll probably get a fabric for that one. That one is 18 count as well. It's very tempting to change fabric count, but I think I'm going to be, I'm going to follow dimension spec without changing it. I'm going to stitch that one 18 count as well. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1. See, for the first leg I do not use the tool, and you can see that you know, some threads are slightly twisting around, not too badly, but like that one. But imagine if that was the second leg, then it will start to look a little bit messy. 1 2 3 1 2 3. Good. I'm gonna move back. Oh, Kathy says, I lost my Maggie from 30 years ago. Did you get it when it first came out, Cassie? And Cassie says, and just bought one off eBay. Then I found my original one. I would try eBay. You're kidding? Cassie, you found the version that's 30 years old. That one you should sell for some sort of antique, as an antique piece, for as a collector's item. Wow, you found it? Incredible. And I also have the European Bistro piece as well. But that piece is a little bit of mystery, because I had a look in my drawer. I still have the paper chart, and I still have the package as well. I can't remember when I got that piece. And because Marsha actually bought that kit, and it's the pattern she's stitching on her cruise. So I had a look, and I had that piece, but only the paper chart. The chart was still looking really new because I never stitched that piece. But all the flaws, for some mysterious reason, I decided to kind of consolidate it, all the flaws, along with all the other dimensions flaws as well. I don't know why I did that. It was a brand new kit, and I just merged the flaws that came with that kit with all the other ones. It's mysterious. Susan, Yogi says Frederick is by Charles Wysocki. I know. So all three pieces, you know, Max, Maggie, and Frederick, they're all by the same artist. Yes, that's why they're so lovely. Yes, Miriam, Susan has just posted the name. It's the same artist as the Frederick and Maggie as well. I'm sure the artist must be a cat lover, because there's so many cat themed pieces, and they're so adorable. It has to come from a cat lover as well. Travis says, is there any noticeable difference in detail between 25 count and 28 count? Oh, do you mean just any chart, like in general? I think 28, obviously, we're talking about smaller stitches. So if you think about stitches like pixels on a screen, the smaller they are, in theory, should give you sharper focus, in theory. But it also depends on the chart itself as well, in terms of the size of the chart and how it's charted. So it's a combination. But in theory, if you think about stitches like pixels, the smaller stitches are should give you sharper focus for human eyes anyway. But I can feel the difference when I stitch the two different counts as a stitcher. But it doesn't mean one is better than the other. Oh, Kathy says, I don't know who's Max. I don't know that one. Let me show you then. Yes, let me show you, because that piece I'll probably start very soon. If not next week, maybe week after. I cannot wait. Let me show you. I've got it on my iPad here. So let me just come out of here. Where is it? Here. And let me turn on the back stitches as well. Oh, I think they all turned on. And the reason it looks slightly faded is because all the 10 stitches, this piece has a lot of 10 stitches, and all the 10 stitches are represented with slashes. So it looks slightly faded, but it's gorgeous. It's really gorgeous. I'm trying to see if I've got my markup. No, I don't have markup as a picture there, but it's gorgeous. It's really beautiful. If you have a look at that. So if I zoom in, you can tell that all the 10 stitches are represented not with a solid color. That's why it looks slightly faded, but it's really gorgeous. Really beautiful. I love this piece as well. And I've got this kit as well. And I think I was maybe about 40% with this piece when I got it. I cannot remember which year. It was slightly after, maybe 3 or 4 years after I stitched Maggie for the first time, and I got this one. It's really gorgeous. So I will probably start this one in a week or two. Oh, I'm so excited. Now I'm talking about it. Yes, Travis. So, Chad, do you have opinions on the difference between 25 and 28 from your experience? Travis says, I'm thinking ahead for when I get around to do either the amazing Animal Kingdom or the large Pokemon piece. Yeah, but Travis, have you got the permission from Tia? Or maybe from Marek? So Travis needs permission from the family. To have the go-ahead on these epic pieces. I think, Travis, if your eyes, well, 25 is perfectly, you know, perfectly good for all pieces, really. 28 is slightly smaller stitches, you know. The fabric is a little bit different as well for me. So it's a different stitching experience. Three stitches here. Hey, Chivers. Good to see you. Clover says I do only 25 count for full coverage. Yes, a lot of the stitchers love 25 counts. I think it's just the stitches are, well, strange way of putting it, kind of small enough you can create pretty high def pictures, but not too small that your eyes are gonna struggle. Because not all people want to stitch 28 counts. And as a Travis, you probably want to do a little bit of testing as well to see whether your eyes are comfortable with those stitch counts as well, rather than diving into it for the full piece. It's probably, you know, safer bet to try out. Susan says, would you be doing max on 18 counts? Yes, I think I do. I thought about maybe changing fabric count, but then again, I want to be truthful for you know, to the dimensions spec. So I will be doing 18 counts. I think that's what that pattern is calling for. And I think it's calling for beige as well. So very likely I'll be getting the same piece of fabric. And I don't think with Max, I think it's fully covered. I don't think there's any bits that fabric showing through. And I remember the color of the fabric is much darker. It comes with a kit. Rashad says, for me, 28 is too small, 25 works. Yes, there's some, I can definitely notice the difference, even though I think if you can comfortably do 25, you're probably okay with 28, but it is, 28, you know, you can definitely feel, it feels smaller for sure, because it is. Okay, let me get 2 more strands here for 676. 676. Six, 7, 6, and 730. That's a 730. Kristen, do not ask Kristen's opinion about stitch count, okay? She's going, yeah, 40 counts. Yes, might as well say 52 counts or 56 counts, whatever that is. Travis says, I have to finish one before I start another one. So Travis, when did you start that piece? I'm just trying to gauge when you'll be able to have your new project. Because Travis now is about maybe 20% finish, right? Ish. You have the top and the bottom that you've got quite a lot going on there, but I would say about 80%. So if you think about how long did it take you to come to this point, you'll be able to get some idea on when you'll be able to start a new project. Maybe Marek will be going to college by then. But that's okay. It will come. Scantia says I would not have used 28 count if I had a different count fabric big enough for my project. Yeah, sometimes some people might choose 28 because the project is really big. And that's a consideration as well. I mean, I kind of chose 28 for my Gecko Rouge project, the craft cupboard, because I wanted a change from 25 count, you know, because I just couldn't bear doing the same thing again. But at the same time, it does make getting the fabric a little bit easier and cheaper as well, because the fabric is significantly smaller comparing to 25 counts. I think quite a lot smaller and lighter as well. So yes, maybe the whether you can get hold of the fabric is one of the considerations. Marion says trouble is getting these charts. You can pay such a wide range of prices here in Australia. I paid $28 for Frederick, but I've seen it as much as $45 from Australia online stores, and the postage varies. Absolutely, absolutely. And same here on Amazon as well, and Etsy as well. I have seen, I don't know who is going to buy from the vendor, okay? I've seen Maggie, the kid, price at nearly £100. £100 on Etsy. I don't know, it's a joke or something, or special edition, I don't know. So it's very random. And that's the problem when you cannot buy directly from the source, right? Because Dimensions at the moment, if you go to the website, they do not do the commerce via their website. Everything's being redirected to Amazon, and they do have an Amazon shop on there technically, but not that many, not all the kits you can find. So when you start to try to find kits from Dimensions kits from different vendors, it really depends. Some of them price them normally and some of them don't. So you have to be mindful, you have to compare. Linda says, question, what is 10 stitch? What is 10 stitch? Oh, we have a finish. Really? Clover? Oh, I have a finish. Clover says, oh, let's have a look. Have you posted it on a Facebook group? Can we have a look? Oh, 10 stitch. 10 stitch, Linda. I was thinking, let's just go back to Linda's question. What is 10 stitch? Oh, tent stitch, like half cross stitch. Yes, as explained in the chat there by scan test. Yes, 10 stitches are like, you know, let me try to show you here. We'll come back to you immediately, okay, Clover? I just want to show Linda what 10 stitches. These ones, can you see that? It's just one leg, just one direction. And there are two different ways you could do. You can do continental, you can do tent. But that's what happens behind the fabric. But at the front, literally just a slash. And you could go the other direction as well, depends. So that's tent stitch or half stitch. Yes, we have a finish, guys. Yes. Can we have a look? Is it on the Facebook group? Sorry, I'm slightly behind here. Congratulations, Clover. Posting now. Okay, Clover is going to be posting. You guys can all have a look, but I will show you on here as well, so we can celebrate together. Okay. And Clover, let me know when you've got it there. We'll have a look. Clover says 117 days, 87. Yes, amazing. Congratulations. And Travis says September 28th of this year, we've been working on for 2 years. Okay, 2 years for 20%, let's say. So 1 year for 10%. Is it fair to say that? And you're monogamous anyway, so this is probably a fair assessment. So another 8 years. Another 8 years, something like that. Travis, you have plenty of time to contemplate what fabric count you're going to be stitching for the next project. Monique says, I saw it on Dream Stitch, Maggie, and the Traveling Library. Oh, really? They took a little bit of freedom, liberty to chart those. Yes. Exactly. Clover. This is the problem when you finish a piece. You won't be able to work on it again. Yes. And Baduhi, hello. And Jackie is here as well. And Needle says, I just bought a Dimensions kit from Cross Stitch Warehouse. They just shipped it. It seems to be very good selection. Really? It's called Cross Stitch Warehouse. Very nice. And are they priced quite reasonably? That's good news. But the thing is, you know, with Dimensions situation right now, unless things change and, you know, there's some sort of revival, it means that the kits are going to be more and more scarce to find. So particularly popular ones like Maggie and all the, like Frederick, if you want them, might as well grab them now because it will become less available, maybe more expensive as well. That's the reality of it. But hopefully, you know, they will try to do something with the company and they will have a comeback. Oh, Amanda says, Cross Stitch Warehouse is known for fake kits. Sometimes they have real, but be careful and check when you get the kit fake ones. Do you mean like something that looks like Maggie, but not real? Wouldn't that be a lot of work doing that? Oh, post it. Okay, let's have a look. Let me do a refresh so we can celebrate together and have a look together. But it's also on... Oh, what? What? Tracy's got a finish as well. Is that you? Clover Stitcher. Are you Tracy? You are, right? Different name. I don't want to show the wrong piece. Just like, congratulations. And Clover says, that's not me. So, but Tracy's Tracy. No, Tracy's different. Are you Tracy? Clover Stitcher. I saw you're Clover Stitcher. So, is it this piece? Is that you? Let me just remove. Is that you? This is from Tracy. Oh, Oh yes, Clover Stitcher. Oh, thank God. It says it says Tracy here because we have Tracy here in the chat as well, just in case. That's beautiful. Clover, are you, oh Tracy, you're probably the first one finishing this piece, are you not? Because this is only April, not even the end of it. And this is a soul piece from Heaven and Earth, and you've already done it. You may be the first one, you know, Clover. That's beautiful. That's really pretty, isn't it? I mean, this color is so bright. That's gorgeous. Congratulations, Clover. Round of applause, guys. Again, I think Tracy deserves it. That's beautiful. And it's on our Facebook group. If you want to have a closer look, you can go on Facebook to look at it. That's beautiful. That is amazing. Yes, round of applause. Yes. We have the crowns. You have, you know, all the love from the chat. Yes, Clover might be the first one. Clover says not the first, but I think top 5 on this pattern. Oh, wouldn't surprise me. It's only April. It's amazing, isn't it? It's beautiful. And it must be quite confetti as well, just looking at the all the colors. Well done. Really well done. Clover says insomnia is a stitcher's friend, evidently. Yes. You have more time to stitch. Wonderful. Yes. And are you going to frame it? I wonder. And you know, you've shown it on Yogi's stream here, so you're certified, you know, and it's a proof to Heaven and Earth. And do you get some sort of bonus thing now you've finished it? Do they give you some sort of reward for finishing the entire piece? Isn't there some sort of bonus chart or something? I can't remember. 676. Sleep is overrated. Yes. Okay, so you're going to frame it. I think it's perfect for framing because it's not full size Heaven and Earth. It's smaller, isn't it? It's about it's probably smaller than mini, so it's perfect for framing. And remind me, what fabric count are you stitching this on? Is it 25? It's really beautiful, very stunning, really stunning. All right. And next one is also blend color 433. It is possible. It is possible to finish, you know, your project. It can be done. We've seen it. 433. And 730. A lot of blend with 730. So stitch on 25 count, full cross. Beautiful, really beautiful. Clover says, I get all 12 patterns now that we're part of LaSalle, and I have already received Amy Stewart bonus chart. Yes, that's true. So you get all, so your reward is getting all the charts there. But I thought there was some sort of a bonus chart at the end. I don't know, because who's that? Joyce, Stitchy, she completed last year's 4-piece by the end of the year, and she got one extra chart, like full size. I think last year you could choose any chart from their catalog, but this year, if I remember correctly, I think there were 3 that you can choose from or something like that. I don't know whether I remember correctly, because their rules are a little bit convoluted. They should give you something else, like some sort of medal. They should give you a medal for Michelle. And also the 12 charts, are you happy that you get all of them? Is there anything else on those 12 that you like? I mean, clearly you chose this one because this one was your favorite. When you get those 12 charts, would you stitch any of them? Ah, that's right. Laura says these there's a choice between 3 exclusive charts if you finish the whole piece. Yes, that's how I remembered. Because last year you could just choose whatever chart you wanted, but this year I think they narrowed down to 3. And it's a little bit tough because what if you don't like any of them? You know, you stitch the whole piece and you may be getting 12 charts, but if you don't particularly love any of them, plus 3 charts that you don't particularly love, that would suck. Maybe top 5 Clover. I think what they should do with the top 5 finishers, they should give you some sort of voucher, shouldn't they? Like $50 voucher for you to buy new charts. I think that's what they should do, because it's not a small feat if you're the first 5 people. I think you should be rewarded with some sort of special prize. Clover says, there's 3 out of the 12 I like. Oh, that's nice. Because I remember we went through all the charts together when the SAL first, all the charts were released. Very nice. And 2 more from here. Oh, Passions for Stamping says, anyone who finishes Hate should receive free charts for life. Oh, just like any, not just SAL, but any hay piece. They're probably, I don't know. What do you think? In terms of, let's say, I don't know how frequently people finish the entire piece. I'm sure that happens. I mean, Komari, but it probably doesn't happen as frequently as we think. You know, because people just gradually, even really fast stitchers, people just have more and more projects, don't they? And their time gets spread out. So unless you're really monogamous as a stitcher and determined to finish the piece, I don't think it happens as frequently as one thinks. You know, maybe on floss tube, but in real life, I don't know how often we have people finishing full size heaven and earth pieces. Four, three, three. Oh, that's true. Yes, Susan, of course, Gemma. But Gemma, yes, Gemma does. She has finished quite a few that I just purely during, you know, from the point I discovered her. She finished a kind of floral piece before the Zelda piece, and then she finished the Zelda piece, and now she's finished the peacock. So at least 3 pieces she finished, the full size. The Zelda one, I'm not sure if that one was from Heaven and Earth. I think it may have been from a different place, different company. But yes, she does. You're quite right, Susan. Vaduhi says, not me, only one. So Vaduhi, have you finished full-size pieces before? Because Vaduhi is literally single-minded with one project. What? Amanda says there's someone out there who has finished 42 hates. What? Who? That's a rumor for sure. I do not believe you. Just do the math. Do the math. You know that's probably unlikely. Unless we're talking about like story keep and, you know, cropped out pieces. But we're talking about full sizes. You know, the regular size. It doesn't have to be super size. If you do the math, on average, even for Komari, okay, Komari is doing super size. If she was doing regular sizes, maybe every 2 years, because for super size, it's taken her about 2.5 years to finish one piece. The last piece I saw her finish, and if you do the math, unless the person is 300 years old, I say it's unlikely to have 42, or maybe they're quite liberal in terms of how they count those projects. I would say that's probably a rumor. I don't know. 676. And if there's such a person, I'd like to know who it is. 676. 676 is 2 strands. 2 strands. Oh, Amanda says I've known about them, as in hate, heaven and earth. When did they start? So you knew about them since they started. And Amanda says, I've known them since they opened. I've never finished one. Yes, because you just have more and more projects. And these projects are big. These are not like tiny ones. Passions for stamping says I could not handle being a monogamous stitcher me either. I mean, it's just not in me. There's no desire for me to just stitch one. No. And the last time I tried to stitch one project for 6 months, that's the Gecko Rouge craft cupboard, I got so fed up by the end. I didn't know how fed up I was until the day I woke up after 6 months. Literally, I couldn't touch it. I couldn't even look at the project for a few months before I was able to pick it up. So the Gecko Rouge project has many drama in my life, has caused many dramas in my life. Laura says, I finished 2 minis and a story keep. Yes, that counts. 2 minis and a story keep. But Laura has many finishes. Not hate, but I've seen you posted a lot of smaller pieces. Amanda says, 42, I can't find their name right now, but when I locate them again, I'll post in the group. I bet, Amanda, I want to bet. If you do remember who it is, by the time you find the person, okay, we're talking about probably one individual, right? They probably count not in the way that we think they do. They probably include minis, story keeps, and all sorts of stuff. It's just not possible to have 42 full size, heaven and earth, in one's lifetime. Unless they're vampire, they've been around for centuries, then okay then. Vadu, he says, no, this is my first Hey project. Amazing. But Vadu here, I know you want to finish this piece, but do you not have days that you just wake up and go, oh man, Yogi, just let me stitch something else? Do you not have days like that, Vadu? Do you not have days I just go, well, I wish I could stitch Maggie, or maybe I can stitch Chocolate Shop, or whatever it is. Anything that's not this piece. Do you not have days like that? Amanda says it's Team Rachel blog. Oh, the person. Needle says, how about May 51? Has she got a lot of finishes? I've been following May for over COVID as well, but recently I have not checked. I'm subscribed, I'm sure. Oh dear. Oh geez. Let me have a look. Let me have Oh dear. I think Dolly was getting to a little bit of a a little bit of a kerfuffle with another cat. It's all good now. All good. Oh dear. Hey babe, you all right? Dear, oh dear, that was scary, that noise. Seriously. Laura says, I actually lost one of the minis I finished. How? Really? You just lost it? uh, are you okay, baby? The patio is getting very busy. The other days, 2 days in a row, I saw a fox coming in trying to eat Lily's food because I leave Lily's food outside sometimes. The fox, little fox, was trying to come over to steal a little bit of food. It's all kicking off. Amanda says, if you stitch 1,000 stitches per day and you stitch a variety of sizes, I definitely think it's possible. When you say variety of sizes, we're talking about full size, right? Like full size, heaven and earth. If we're counting story keep and everything, then it's probably a different story. Hey, Rachel. Lindsay's Jodie simply stitches. She's good and has nice webs. Oh, there's so many stitches that I'm not aware of. Kathy says, aren't the foxes there like coyotes here? They love small animals, hate to be brash. No, I rarely hear about foxes attacking cats as such. They're scavengers like dogs, so they tend to dig bins. So, you know, if you leave bins open or stuff like that, you know, they probably try to get in and try to find food to eat. And I have occasions, the small, I think I had once a baby fox coming through the cat flap because the grown ones, they're too big to come through the cat flap. But once I had a baby fox come in and try to eat cat food really. And they're not aggressive to the cats as such, but I'm sure the cats are probably more aggressive to them. So I have not heard of, I think probably in a more rural area, foxes might be more aggressive, but the city ones, the London ones, they're very used to coexisting with cats and people. They just want food to eat, really. Let me have a look at the time here. So 25 minutes past midnight. And I'm going to just do a few more of this beautiful cream yellow stitches. And this is going to be my last color for Maggie today. And I think it's making pretty good progress. Look at this. I'm going to do full crosses, maybe a little bit of Railroading. Or Amanda says some of the story keep charts are 255 by 455. Yes, are they sort of supersized story keep as well? Because I only realized very recently they're supersized, what is it called? Quick stitch. And they're huge. They're bigger than supersized full pieces. Yes, Cassie, I think foxes probably like, I'm not familiar with raccoons, but yes, basically they just coexist with the people and animals, and they just want something to eat. I think my local fox is probably terrified of Dolly. Because Dolly is tough cookie, aren't you? No, Dolly. Yes, I don't know about chicken. Chicken, they might have a go, but you know, cats in London, they're pretty tough. They're all really streetwise, and they probably have a have a good fight with the foxes. And also, those foxes, they're not huge. They're kind of a small dog size. Well, not that small, medium dog size. Badu, he says, yes, definitely. Sometimes I'm dreading that project. It's tiring. But then I remember I need to finish it. I've done several dimensions and really kits during the years. But Badu, he remind me, are you doing this piece for somebody? Why do you feel like you have to finish it? I mean, obviously, finishing is part of what we're trying to do here, but why is it such a goal that even when you feel like a change, you will not give yourself that permission to do it? Passion says Dolly looks like Maggie. Yes, Maggie is probably a bit bigger, but yes, tuxedo cat, definitely. I think Maggie has more white around the belly. Dolly has white on the belly as well, but not as much. Dolly's like a cartoon character. Oh, so Hay was founded in 2002. So we're talking about 20, wow, 24 years? So it's been around 24 years. That's a long time. That's a quarter of a century. Let me just do two more. Let me see. Maybe I can do just a few more, just two more, because they're kind of there, really inviting. Maybe just 2 more. I keep saying, I can't stop. Just 1 more. And then I'm going to park it down here, actually. Why not? For the next session. Right, let's have a look. There. This is what I've got today. So today has been really fun to do, actually. I was thinking about spending more time here, but I ended up spending a fair bit of time on the right side of the sewing machine, where the old-fashioned dial, the wheel on the right here. So it's very close to finish on this end, and below this point you can start to see white stitches emerging from Maggie, which is a slightly different task with this piece. So I need to think about how I'm going to tackle it, because a lot of white stitches, in many ways the white stitches are probably more challenging than the black ones, even though the whole patch of black I have to divide and conquer, do a little bit at a time. But I think the white ones are going to be even more challenging. But I'll do a little bit at a time, and back stitching as I go. And today, other than this part, have a look at this. This little drawer is taking shape as well. The bottom one is already done, with a bit of a back stitching going on here. But this part, it's pretty close. Just a little bit of corner here, and I'll be able to do a little bit of back stitching as well. So I'm really, really happy. I mean, this piece is so much fun and so colorful as well, and I really, really enjoy. And this time is it feels like a different experience, definitely, the way I'm approaching it and the techniques that I kind of applied. I'm managing everything from the front, so it's a very different deal, very different deal. So let me show you my progress here today. We've been talking about stitch counts, okay, but I don't normally look at stitch count, but we will. With every session, at the end of every session, I'm going to share the number of stitches I've done today with you. Okay, are you ready, guys? I'm counting down to 3. This time I have a counter going. Okay, 2 and 1. There you go. There you go. That's kind of my average, slightly above. The number of stitches I have managed today is 284. Yeah. Well done, Yogi. Not 1,000, okay, but close. Just another 720 stitches I'll be there, but 284, not bad at all. This is kind of my average speed. And also with this piece, there's a lot to consider, different type of stitches, etc., different number of strands and blend colors as well. So I'm very, very happy. And look at my percentage, guys. Look at upper left, the progress. Over 6%, yeah. 6.55. I'm pretty sure we came in, it was under 5%, under 6%. So I have gone over 6% and 0.5 as well. So I'm very, very happy. Yes, I really love this piece, but maybe in a week or 2, I will start the other piece as well. If you want to start with me, I know this kit, the Max, the cat, that piece, I don't know how available that kit is, and but have a look around, and if you'd like to join me on that one as well, please do. These 2 pieces are, I love, I think I have more history with Maggie, but I love the other piece just as much, and so this is getting more and more exciting as we go. And so tomorrow, Thursday. We're coming back for another round of Stitch. And today the internet has been very, very nice, very stable. So I'm very happy. And tomorrow we're coming back for a different piece and for another spot of stitching and chat as well. So I hope you enjoy your session as well, and give me some nighty-night and Dolly love. I know Dolly's been, neglecting her duty recently, but I will get her back. We're going to renew the contract, okay? And so until tomorrow, take care of yourself and enjoy whatever you do, and eat vegetables. And I'll see you tomorrow. Nighty-night. Night-night, everyone. Bye-bye.